45. Kur ir? 45 minūtes. Tu mums tikko kā pateici 45 skaidrēji. Ja nāk mūsu federācijas onkulītes zīt malā, mēs lasāmies dziļāk.
Goda draugs termometrs stabiņš tikko jaunākie mērījumi trases augdaļā. Vīrstātā minus 11,8 grādi gaisa, minus 11,3 ledus un kontrolas sliedzē minus 12,2. And temperature measurements at med start at 9:40. Air minus 11.8. Ice minus 11.3 and runners minus 12.2. Tātad par šodienas plānu, kā jau minēju, mums tagad jau pavisam drīz sāksies sacensības dāmām, un pēc tam arī pietīvot debiju pasaules kausā Siguldā tieši sieviešu divnieku sacensības, un, protams, arī ierasti vīriešu divnieku sacensības mēs redzēsim šajā dienā. Un rīt būs sacensības vīriešiem, un pēc tam arī saldaizdienes stafetes sacensības.
Mīnus 11 pusaugšā ir pusel vējiņš. Izstāst, ka intervijas nebūs. Ja tu liņo starti dos.
Cik kā izdaram, rauj nos to mīti paņem, bet paliec ar to mīti kā mūmaņa arī. Novāc ar statību, un jānu gadījumā, kas ir.
Tas ir Krišs, viņam patīk visu no augšas filmēt, tā kā Zavarotņevam.
Nē, no augšas kā nav nepareizi. Krišs no augšas. Toms pateica, ka čalis, kuram jāpazina intervijas, netīk kāja, čiks izdomā ēdu.
Nē, viņš teica, ka viņam jābūt intervijas neredzi. Es esmu saprotu, ka viņi ir. Kā viņi izskatās, es arī nezinu, jums
šie kaut ko sajauc un...
7.
Izdomāju. Tāds ir lapanika. Nevar akcijām, man būs dārgi, man simnieks.
Oh, it is. Hey, that's for us, I guess.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You're not too late. It's always starts soon.
Yeah, we're going live in about 2 minutes, so if we can plug this in.
Hello everyone, we are here in cute little Sigulda, Latvia, just an hour out of Riga, the capital city. A huge stop on the Luge World Cup circuit, and I believe we're coming into our 4th World Cup. So we just had the New Year, our 4th World Cup is this weekend, and then we will be here again next weekend for the 5th World Cup. Lucky to the Latvian sliders, they get a double World Cup on their home track. Now really quick, I got to break down to you why Sigulda is so important and also so special in the sliding world. So I nerded out a little bit doing my research on Sigulda and Latvia and everything about it. So to start, the country, so cold out here. This is Latvia for you. It's just a frozen face. The country itself has a population of about 2 million people. A third of that population is in Riga, just an hour away, like I said. Now, Sigulda, this is a population of only 15,000, but yet there are more Olympic medals that have come out of this town than most places. So this is why. So this track right here, we can see this is the Luge bobsled skeleton track. And it's interesting with Sigulda, there's not a lot of mountains here. It's pretty flat, which is rare. Most tracks that we go to on the circuit, we're in the Alps or we're on these high mountains, but for here, there's just really not much. So what they had to do was they actually had to build the start ramp starting high, and then it kind of descends into this valley. It's called the Gauja River Valley. So they've really used their geography really well to build this track. So anyways, this is where bobsled skeleton luge happens, and so many famous people come and slide on this track within Latvia. Out of all the Olympic medals that Latvia has won, which by the way, Latvia as a country only started competing by themselves in 1992. Okay, this is my history coming out on you. So 1992, Latvia started as a country competing at the Olympics. They've won 10 Olympic medals total, which is a ton for only competing since the 90s. And all Olympic medals have come from sliding sports. So if this is where you want to get into sliding and be a great athlete here in Latvia, you got to come, just move to Sigulda, because this is it. So this track's really interesting. It's fun. It's hard. The curves are hard. It's one of the tougher tracks on the circuit, and athletes love it. And one thing that's great about it is that it's so cold. Now, not awesome for spectators, obviously, but for athletes, it makes the ice so consistent. So when athletes will come, they actually come do a lot of preseason training here because the ice is just so good. So within skeleton, they have a lot of medals. The Dukers brothers have been so dominant. In bobsled, Mel Bardis also really competitive, has won a gold here and there. And then for Luge specifically, the Six brothers also have won medals in the Olympic Games and are from Sigulda specifically. So anyways, there's so much we could say about this track, and it's just so interesting how there's such a huge sliding legacy that comes from such a small country, and it's because of this facility right here. So we're going to jump into racing this weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun. Beautiful Sigulda. It is so cold here today. We're here at the Olympic start, getting ready for the race. You can hear the announcer at the track kind of giving a heads up of they're getting ready for everyone to come to the track. But it's cold. I don't have my gloves. I left them at the finish. We had to rush up here to the start, so I'm just holding this cord right here so my cameraman doesn't trip over it, but I'm going to have him move around with me. But here we are, everyone. We have not had an FIL studio here at the start yet, and I'm so excited that we get to be up here. So let me give you a little lay of the land, kind of how this goes. So Kaspar is my friend, come join me. So first, this is where athletes hang out. This is where they're getting ready. This is where they're getting their mind right, doing their mind race. All the coaches are kind of hanging out on that right side. They're avoiding the athletes on the left side. Don't worry, it's warm in there, even though they have to put on their spandex suit. It's going to be cold very quickly for them as soon as they come out. So here's how this works. When an athlete comes to race day, they are in race mode. Things are prepped. They have their headphones on, and they're not talking to anyone. So we're not going to be able to talk to any athletes right now. But when they come out and when they're ready to go, they're going to grab their sleds. So these are all the athlete sleds that are just waiting, hanging out, and they're doing temperature controls on them. So temperature control is an interesting thing within sliding because they try and make sure that all the runners are similar temperature. So no one's taking, a little lighter to the steels to make sure that someone's sled is hotter than the other, so thereby they go faster. So I made a new friend today, Edvin. Hey friend, how are you? You?
A little bit cold, but it's okay.
He said he's a little bit cold, but it's okay. So Edvin, I'm sorry I put this table between us, but tell us, what are you doing? You're the temperature guy, right?
Yes, with these devices we take temperature of ice, control steel, also air temperature. Then we fill up temperature protocol, and we measure also the sled's temperature before the race.
So you make sure no one's cheating, right? That no one has a faster sled than everyone else.
Cheating is not possible here in Sigulda.
Yeah.
You know this.
Has anyone ever tried to cheat on you?
Everyone?
Yeah, like has anyone had steels that are too hot for your control?
No, yesterday it was also all in good position, today also, so I think it will be fair race.
Okay, it'll be fair race, which is important. So here are the temperature gauges. This is where they go and they'll put up against the steels. There's a control steel over there. I don't know if you can see it with the camera, but that's what they're basing all of their measurements off of. And then every athlete's sled has to match the control steel. The athlete has no control over this. The athlete's inside doing their thing, getting focused, getting ready for their big show. But it's the coach's problem, essentially, if the steels are too hot and if someone does get disqualified. So Edvin here, he's going to make sure no one is going to pull a fast one on him. Also, are you cold today?
Not yet, but I think all day here will be long and hard.
What is the temperature outside right now?
Outside now it's minus 12.2 degrees.
So beach weather, right? Yeah, we should be at the beach right now. This is so nice out here. So anyways, thank you Edvin for your service
Thank you.
with Luge.
Don't be cold.
I know, I forgot my gloves. That was not a smart move on my end. So we're getting ready for the race. Athletes are in and out. This is kind of where people try and just get in race. Well, there's a coach right there with his own temperature check. Every coach brings their own because sometimes they try and make sure that every temperature check is the same. Like sometimes if a temperature check runs a little hotter than others. So anyways, this is all the behind the scenes stuff that you don't really see on TV or kind of, you know, how these sleds even get ready. So I'm going to point out one more thing before I'm going to throw to our commentators in the booth that are waiting for us. So when an athlete comes out, they get the temperature checked, and then they actually get weighed. There's a scale right behind you, Kaspar. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to make him back up because there's a lot of cords behind him. There's a scale right before the start where the athlete will come with their sled and they get weighed, and that's also another way to make sure that athletes aren't cheating, that they're not hiding secret things in their weight vest. Or we should talk about weight at some point, but that'll be a different segment. Making sure that no one's hiding extra weight in their suit, and making sure that everybody is a fair weight with all the athletes, because obviously the more weight is the faster you go. So anyways, we're getting ready for the race. My commentators with me today, Bree and Tucker West, are you there? What are you guys thinking for this upcoming women's race? What are your thoughts on how it's going to go?
Tā noteikti nav viena no vieglākajām trasēm, bet viņiem šeit patīk braukt. Nu, mācīt sportisti gan turīgi arī pasaka, ne Siguldas trase man īpaši nepatīk, jo šeit ir ļoti grūti braukt. Bet mēs redzēsim, cik labi pareizās līnijas spēs atvērt šādos laikapstākļos sportisti, un tad novēlam viņiem trases rekords un, protams, vienreiz īpašam mūsējam. Nu, ko lēnām gatavojamies 10-9 minūtes jau, 4 minūšu gatavībā.
Is temperature checking? And not to blow.
Now uzmanība trasē, attention track, till start 3 minutes.
Okay, we're not in the track necessarily. We're not right there, but we're right next to the track. It's so cold out here. My face is getting a little frozen, but we're going to take a walk, kind of see what's going on with the track, and hopefully we can kind of recruit these coaches up here to chat with us and tell us what they're up to. But this is the type of track walk that athletes will do to look at the ice conditions and kind of see what's going on. Inars, can I ask you some questions? Are you busy right now? Do you have sleds?
Right now.
Do you have sleds coming down, or you're fine? Like, not yet.
One more time.
Do you have sleds coming down? Like, are they? My English is poor. My English is poor. And it's cold. My face is cold. So pretty much coaches stand here and they wait for sleds to come down and they film. Are you filming?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us, what are you looking for when you film? Like, what are you trying to do?
Just lines. Just tell the athletes what to do. What's wrong and what's right.
What's wrong, and do they listen to you?
Yes.
Sometimes.
That's the reason why they are going faster.
Yeah. Because is it nice to be on your home track?
Not in this place.
Yeah, tell us about this transition. Like, this is for people at home who are watching that want to know more about luge.
Yeah, this transaction is pretty hard for doubles, so it's not fun to watch women doubles here.
Like, what's happening? Are the lines just? It's hard to get the drive.
I think everyone is a bit oversteering here right now, because in Sigulda in cold weather, it's more to let go than to slide like driving.
I don't know if anyone can just let go. It's so fast here.
Yeah, that's true. When I go to Lake Placid, I too don't understand that you just need to let it go.
Yeah. Every track is different. Some coaches like other tracks, but in ours here, this is his home track. How many runs would you say you've taken on this track, if you had to count?
Oh, I don't know. A lot.
Like thousands?
More. No, yeah, it's thousands. I think it's like in 1 year, how many runs you can do? 200. Yeah, about 200. So about 25 years of sliding. So
That's a really strong neck. You have a very strong neck.
yeah, I was sliding without the system for a long time. So yeah, it's only curve 15. That's all.
So there's this part of this track, curve 15. Can you explain why it's so difficult, this curve 15? We'll probably show you in a little bit, but
The curve is not difficult. There's like huge G's in there. That's all. Yeah, the pressure is big, and that's the same. If you go blind, you want to start steer or do something, and that's what you don't need to do.
That's true. And ours, thank you so much. I'm going to explain a little bit of what he said. So going blind is your head is dragging on the ice, and it's terrifying to say the least.
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah, just a bit. But anyways, you have some coaching to do. Sorry to get in your way. We'll wait for sleds to come down so you guys can see really how fast these sleds are going. But yeah, this track was scary to me. I don't know if it's, but for you, you got used to it.
You know, this is my home track. It's you know, you know what to do in every situation, and that's what makes you feel more comfortable, and that's all. That's the same for you in America, I guess.
I know, but we never get to race there, so it's different.
Yeah.
There you go with Sigulda. So let's walk down here just for a second. Thank you, Inars. Also, you're a great coach.
I am.
Do you like coaching?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I think I was ready for that like a couple of years faster than I did.
Sometimes coaching is better than actually competing, as Inars is saying, and sometimes just working races is better. We get to wear coats and not spandex. You get to be warm.
You know, the only minus is that you stand outside like in minuses as a coach.
We should have chose beach volleyball.
Maybe Latvians are pretty strong in that too.
We chose the wrong sport. We're in the wrong season. I don't know what we were thinking. Bye, Inars. Thank you. So really quick, just to recap what happened. So these transitions in between each curve can be really difficult for athletes. It depends on your height at every curve and where you're kind of at. So if your height is good coming around, then these transitions can be nice and easy, having a nice even line. But if you're too low here, then maybe you'll be too high here, and then the whole line is just off. And so this is where a lot of action can happen. A lot of people can flip over. I don't know if you can see it. This is going to be bad for the camera angle, but you can see on the wall right there. See if my hand, all of that, those marks, like that's people hitting the wall. Like they're just digging in to the ice right there. And so they'll hit that and then just flip right over. And let me tell you, crashing is not comfortable. We'll do a whole segment on crashing because that's interesting within itself. But anyways, this is kind of what a track walk is and what coaches are doing. And it's so fun to talk to coaches. Maybe we can bribe some more people to talk to us.
We ready?
You're live.
We are live.
So here we are again, top of the track at women's start. So, I mean, as we saw with that video, we saw the coaches, they stand there all day. I mean, I know it's cold for the athletes, but it's even colder for the coaches. They're having to just sit there and just film and film and film. So a lot of times with that film, the athletes will actually watch it afterwards at the end of the day to kind of get what's going on and what it looks like from an outside perspective. It's a huge part of the sport and how these athletes get to learn these tracks, because you really only have 50 seconds or 41 seconds, I have the times pulled up right here, to really learn this track, and it's just not enough time. So blessings for all those coaches that have stood there for all the years, for all the athletes. So quick recap on first run for the women's race. I've got timings up on my phone. Dinah Eichberger holding in first, and then we have a tie for first and third. That's super fun. Alina Vitola holding second place for Latvia. So for all the Latvian fans watching, you have someone on the podium, super exciting. And then Anna Breiter tied for second, and there rarely are ties within the sport of luge. It's down to 1,000th of a second. So to have a tie is exciting, and they pretty much get one run just to kind of lay it down there. In fourth place, Emily Sweeney, just a little bit out of a 10th. But within the top 6 sleds, or I should say top 7 sleds because of the tie, it's all within 0.2 of a second, which is nothing within the sport of luge. That can be made up so fast, especially here in Sigulda. This is what is called a driving track. It's really technical. It's really hard to get down the track and hard to get down fast. So Latvians have a huge home track advantage when it comes to sliding here in Latvia. So I was talking to some of the athletes on the inside, saying, hey, come talk to me, see if you can come chat with me, because right now it's a little vacant here. We have sleds out here. They are trying to get the steel temps ready, and then there's actually some sleds inside that they're trying to warm the steel temps to come on in. So I'm gonna wave some out here, see if they come and they see me. But there's a lot of athletes. So when the athlete is not racing, they actually end up helping the sleds for their teammates that are racing. So we have some women doubles that are up here today. They will be racing later on today, but they have to help. They have to help kind of carry the sleds around because the racer actually doesn't do it. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, how was your run?
Need some work.
Okay, need some work. Need some work. Great, good luck. That's kind of how it always goes. I don't know if you could hear on the mic, but she was like, need some work. It's kind of how it goes for a lot of athletes on race day. It's like they'll have one run, but it takes two to do well. So if you mess up your first run, you kind of hope for a redemption run coming into the second. So these girls are hanging out in there because it's cold, if they can, or maybe they don't want to, but Dinah Eichberger right there. She's up on the podium. Robert Fegg, how are you?
Good.
Will you join me?
Oh, I've been asked to join you.
Have you? That's good. That was smart of them.
How could I deny that?
I know. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good.
Good. How did Canada go on the first run?
Better than expected.
Oh, okay. What was expected?
We had a really bad week.
Okay.
Like a lot of learning going on this week, and the track is not easy right now.
Yeah.
And they fought through the week and had the best run of the week in their first race run. So it's still a long ways to go.
Yes.
But it's definitely trending the right direction.
So explain to people watching that have never been on a sled, how do athletes learn the track so fast? Like how do you figure out the learning curve of a new track?
Yeah, it starts in a young age.
Yeah.
Like you do the volume runs at the beginning, like a lot of runs every season on every track.
Yeah.
And as you progress up the tracks, it's easier for you to learn those different situations, those different curves at different tracks and stuff. And then when you get to a new track, it's easy or easier because you have so much experience on other tracks. You get to learn the physics of a track, curve theory and stuff. And you can adjust fairly easy. It's still not an easy task though.
No. I feel like I struggled a lot in figuring out tracks. Because, we only get 6 or 7 runs.
Correct.
Whereas normally on like a pre-season day, you'd get 6, maybe you go 4 to 6 runs in a day. Mm-hmm. So I feel like there's so many aspects of the sport, which the sport is already so incredibly hard.
It is.
It's incredibly difficult.
It is.
I don't know why we keep showing up every year.
I don't know either. It doesn't let me go. I try it often, but it doesn't let me go.
It doesn't so it's interesting you say for athletes, they get better with time. So why aren't you on a sled anymore? Maybe with time you would be the best, right?
Maybe. But I took a different turn at some point in my life. I got out of being an athlete into coaching, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
I love teaching those kids.
Yeah.
They're not kids anymore.
They're not kids anymore. we just showed a feature right before this. I went and was talking to Kiv Lennox from Latvia and with Lubo, Mick. They were standing on the side of the track doing film for everyone, and I was just giving all the blessings to coaches for standing outside for so long for us. How do you have toe warmers in? How do you do it?
I do actually have heated socks on right now.
Heated socks?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Got them for Christmas. It's great.
Oh wow! Santa Claus came and
Santa Claus came. I must have been a good boy.
You must have been a good boy. Incredible.
And you know what? I would not want to change my job for a cubicle job, 9 to 5.
Love it.
Anytime.
So tell us really quick before I let you go, because I know you have stuff to do.
Yeah, no problem.
A race day for coaches, what are you doing mostly? Are you like coaching? Are you kind of facilitating? Are you carrying sled? Like what?
Yeah, it's a mix of everything. You try to accommodate the athlete as much as possible, take away responsibilities from them so they can focus on task on hand.
Yeah.
But it's a mix of everything. Right after run, I try to coach them what I saw on TV, how to make it better for the second run, just some pointers, some key pointers. Between we prepare the sleds, we try to navigate. It's a mix of everything.
Yeah.
It's a very versatile job.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah. Well, athletes are grateful for you. Thank you for coaching. I mean, what other countries have you coached? You were with?
I was with Canada first between 2002 and 2014. Then me and Stefan Sartor led the Koreans between 14 and 18 to the Home Olympics. And then I was with the United States between 18 and 22. And now I'm back home in Canada.
Amazing. Welcome back to Canada. This is my last question. we're getting behind the scenes of everybody, putting a face to how this sport happens. Tell us, what's like your favorite thing to do outside of the sport? Like, who are you outside of Luge?
Oh, I'm always outdoors.
Okay.
Always outdoors. Usually it's hiking, something like that. Fishing, I like fishing a lot.
Yeah.
You take away the walls and the roof from me and I'm happy.
Okay, great. That's probably sentiment with a lot of Luge people. So
I would agree.
That's probably why we get along.
Correct.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Just
Not
kidding.
all the time.
Thank you so much, Robert Fegg
You're
with
welcome,
Team
Kate.
Canada. We'll see you. We'll be here all season, so we'll
Looking
talk
forward to
about the
that.
outdoorsy stuff in a later interview.
Love that.
Maybe I'll sit you down because it's interesting.
Like that.
Anyways,
You
good luck
take
on your
care.
second run.
Thank you.
Sending all good speed vibes
Sounds good.
for Canada. It's so nice to be able to talk to a coach. There's just so much that goes behind like getting these athletes on a sled. And this is exactly why we're doing this show, because we want people to know. And also Luge can be the most difficult sport you ever do, but also can be really interesting if we can, tell all the stories behind it. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to gather ourselves. We're going to get ready for the second run. We're going to go take a visit inside because it is just so freezing right now. But we're going to take a few minutes. We'll be back, and then we'll have a chat with our commentators and see how they're feeling going into second run. Okay, so we're just getting prepped for the second run. Diana Eitberger sitting in first place, and I have to mention, it is her birthday today, so what a day it would be to win. Her son Levy is watching from home. Super cool that she's been doing so well this season. She obviously just mentioned her son Levy. She left the sport to have a child, and now she's back, and she's doing incredible. So anyways, birthday wishes for Diana Eitberger sitting in first place. And then we want to keep our eye on Alina Vitola. She's kind of the hometown hero that's coming into this second run. She's young, but again, on your home track, there's such an advantage because you know every inch of what's going on here in Sigulda. So she's a little less than a tenth. I'm looking at my times. She's a little less than a tenth out of first. It is possible. There's probably a little bit of time that she could find with that second run. So I would not be surprised if she pulled out on top. But also when you're younger, the nerves are just loud and it's going crazy in your mind. So we'll have to see how the young Latvian pulls out. Anna Bereiter, she won a medal this year in Beijing, currently tied for second She's a German. We know the Germans always pack heat. We know they are always fast and quick. So I also wouldn't be surprised if there was a little shuffling up there on the medal stand. And then Emily Sweeney, I was just talking to her inside. She said her run was okay. Sometimes these camera angles are hard to see what actually happens, but she said that she hit at the start and then she had her feet down out of one of the curves. So there's a lot of time in there for her run, and she just said, yeah, sliding's been okay. It's been on and off this week. It's just a matter of if I can just put it down, and we'll see what happens the second run. So it's going to be exciting. There's going to be a nice shuffling, a mix of people. And right now the athletes, they're just kind of hanging out. The ones that are coming up first, they're already warmed up. They're putting their suits on. And let me tell you, those race suits that they put on are freaking tight, and you can't breathe in them. So they're trying to put on the race suits at the last second possible. So anyways, everyone's getting ready. I'm excited for the second run. I believe my commentators are in the booth for me right now. I would love to hear what they think about it, but I'm going to sign off for now for the FIL studio in between runs. But Bree and Tucker, you're in the studio. You commented the first run. What are you guys thinking for the second run?
Now uzmanību trasē, attention track. Elsa Desmond, fill start. 2 minutes till start. Now lūdzu visiem apjūtās everybody clear the track, please. From ready start, Elsa Desmond is getting ready to second run.
Paldies DJam Egonam Reiteram. Tevi noteikti tiksimies arī pēc otrā brauciena dāmām, kad būsim jau noskaidrojuši pirmos medaļniekus pasaules kausa iespētēs šajā 2023. gadā mazāk par 2 minūtēm, un kā pirmā klasē dosies pirmā brauciena sliktākā rezultāta īpašnieks no Īrijas, Elsa Desmonde.
Lūdzu visiem apjūtās everybody clear the track, please. Lūdzu visiem atjūtās everybody clear the track, please. Still start. 1 minute. Bitte beim Freimachen.
Yes. Yes? Yeah.
Lūdzu visiem atbrīvot trasa. And the track is clear for Elsa Desmond. Katras brīva.
And once again, EBERSPÄCHER Luge World Cup here in Sigulda, Latvia. Third place, Julia Tobitz, Germany.
out there, because this is about half of the race. I know it's just one ramp, but starts kind of can win races or totally botch and obliterate races. So I'm going to tell you a little bit why. So when an athlete comes to a track, whether they've been here before, they have to come at the start and kind of look at the angles that go into the start curve. So we're here at ladies start, bobsled and men's start is above us, and the track is actually built for men's start. So if you can tell, there's a track that comes in from the right, and that's where the men and bobsleds come in. So that start curve is actually built for the angle of men's start. So the men get it kind of nice and easy. They don't really have to deal with start curves normally, like how the women in doubles have to do it. So we've got a track coming in from the right, and we also have a little track coming in from the left. I believe this is what they'll call junior start here. So when you're learning the track, you'll start lower and then work your way up higher. So anyways, overview of the start curve. So why this is important. I first want to point out, you see those blue lines in the track right there? That is where the timing eye starts. So timing doesn't start when they pull off of these beautiful handles down here. Timing starts when they first initiate that clock right there, that timing eye. And so what people will do is they will try and trip the timing eye. And I'm going to see if I can try and explain this. So this is more prevalent for double sleds because their feet are higher than a normal single sled. So let's say, for instance, this is the timing eye. When they pull off, what they'll try and do is kick their feet over the timing eye, so it actually starts, like, it gives them maybe a few inches past the timing eye until the timing starts. Does that make sense? I don't know if I explained that very well, but essentially they'll try and trip the timing eye. So watch for the double sleds. When they pull off, they'll paddle, and the top man will kick his feet up to try and get over this timing eye so they can save few thousandths, maybe a hundredth of a second, which can kind of depict the whole race. So I'm going to continue to kneel down here because this makes more sense to look at the start like this for me. So I feel like I'm in a presentation in school. This is great. Okay, when we come into the start curve, angles are incredibly important. Okay, so if you come onto the left side of the ramp, you'll see that you're pretty much perpendicular going into the start curve, which makes you're pointed straight up into the curve, and then you're going to skid the whole way down. Major problem, race is over. You might as well just put your feet down and get out of the track at that point. I'm just kidding, you wouldn't do that, but that's what it feels like when that happens. So athletes are going to sit here, they're going to pull off. When they paddle, they're trying to get the sled to the right of the track because then it's an easier angle to get around. So when you watch these races, you'll notice when a start curve is good or bad. If they can make it smooth and an even line, then A+, they did it well. If they go straight into it or to the left, then you'll see the sled kind of skid and you'll hear it as well. So if they do it correctly, they'll be on the right side. They're actually going to hook, something called a hook. I don't think anyone's really talked about this before, but it's not a type of steer that you do down the track. You only do it at the start. So what happens is you'll steer. So for this one specifically, you'll push down with the right foot and you'll pull your heel under the left runner. So it kind of steers it more aggressively to get it around. So when you see an athlete kind of pull their knee up, that's what they're doing. It's called a hook. So anyways, I could sit here and probably talk about a start curve for many, many more minutes because I've sat here with coaches and they give me all the scenarios of a start curve, but you should just know when they pull off, there's so much thought and thinking that goes into this. Some athletes do 3 paddles, some do 4, depends on how fast you are, but just know if you can get this start curve correctly, it puts you an insane amount. I mean, your timing is just way better. So I'll leave this with you. 100th at the top ends up being a 10th at the bottom of the track. So if someone has you beat on a start by 100th, then you know that you have to make up a lot of time. So some of the fastest starters are the ones that win gold medals. You can't win golds unless you have fast starts. So anyways, I know you've been losing sleep over how to do start curves, and you're so blessed that I just gave you all that information today. But that is how you do start curve, and it's the same for every track. Every start curve is just different, but there's a whole technique that goes in behind this. So anyways, there you go.
iedomājies, ka 2023. gadā es spēlēju bez cimdiem augstumā, -70 grādos. Nē, to es nebiju paredzējis. No labi, nav -70. Normāla diena īstenībā. Es ļoti paveicies ar laikapstākļiem, jo tā jūra, kas brīd, tā mums īsti nedarētu. Lai brīnišķīgi dienu, draugi!
We are live, guys.
We're live right now.
Yeah.
We're live. You ready, Kaspars? Yeah.
I'm ready.
We ready? Okay, we're ready. Okay, cool. So we just finished up the women's race and we're getting ready for the doubles race. We are joined by our fellow Americans here. Thank you for joining us, Maya Chan and Rhiannon Weiler. Super cool that we have women's doubles this year. Yeah. We're getting ready for it. How has the season been for you guys? The first time doing women's doubles on the senior circuit.
Definitely it has been a little bit of a challenge. We're finally up at those senior start heights now, which are different than past years. We were junior and youth start heights. So I think that has been an added challenge, having to move up so quickly.
So what is that? So give that reference. So right here you're going down this ramp,
Yeah.
but where were you previously?
We have never actually had a race here. So when we came here probably about 3 years ago, we were starting in curve 8 and 9, and we were here for about 3 days. So we don't have a lot of experience here, I wouldn't say.
Well,
so it was quite a bit farther down. But I think the junior star is bottom area.
Okay, I feel like that's a common sentiment for a lot of athletes when they come to Sigulda, because for North Americans they have to come across the world to come race here, and also it's just a hard track, and it's like, I don't know. I struggled as an athlete here, so I totally get it. So when you say moving up a couple curves at all these tracks, has that made a major difference, like in terms of navigating it down?
Yeah, I would say it is, especially because so far we've had Whistler, we've had a few races so far this season that we haven't really been to those tracks that much. So those few curves moving up the start height like that has definitely made a pretty big difference for us, I think. Yeah.
So in terms of men's doubles and women's doubles, is there is the sled the same? Is it the same weight, or is there anything?
We actually have standardized sleds, so there's two versions kind of out right now of the standardized sled that you'll see. So a couple of them are different in the girls' field, but so they tend to be a lot smaller. Weight-wise, I believe ours is a little bit on the heavier
it's a little
side.
heavier.
And who carries it?
Yeah, I usually carry. She'll help me out.
Okay. Yeah. And who decided that? Was that rock, paper, scissors?
Just a predetermined doubles
I
rule.
was
I
just
think.
it's just some doubles
It's a
rule.
U.S.
Top
doubles
man,
rule.
Yeah, top man
No.
does the steel work, bottom man carries the sled.
So top man does the steel work,
Yeah.
and then you carry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so I guess it evens out. Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, that's more hours. You spend more hours on it. Okay, and when it's funny because when athletes carry their sleds, they carry it on their hip. So your hip is kind of out of place sometimes.
Yeah,
you're
nice
walking
warriors there sometimes.
Uneven in the back.
Like a double sled's massive too. So
How much do they weigh?
I think ours is 30 kilos. Yeah. So
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of weight.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
My right arm's so strong.
Yeah, it's so strong. So this week in Sigulda, are people liking the track? Are people excited to come to Sigulda?
I think some people are. Obviously, Latvians, it's their home track, so that's a big deal. I think it's a lot of mixed emotions. Some people, really like this track. Others, it's tough. It's a tough track, and that's all.
What makes it so tough? Explain to viewers why people struggle here.
I feel like for me personally, it's not one of those super flowy tracks where it comes very naturally to me. We've definitely been struggling a lot this week during training, but it just feels like it's a lot more technical, especially now with this weather too. The ice is so hard, so that's just another added challenge for the race today.
Yeah, I get that. So men are gonna start. I know we've switched around the format. So beginning of the season, we were doing all men's runs and then all women's, but now they're putting them together. So for the men's race, do you guys pay attention to the men's sleds? Do you have any favorites?
Who do you U.S. Come on.
Of course, U.S. But
Zach, Sean, Dana, Duncan.
That's true. So who do you guys think will pull it out, or what do you?
I think Latvians are going to be strong. I mean,
Yeah.
home track. It's a tough track. And I think German sleds too. You never count them out. But
What is it about German sleds? Like, what's the secret?
I wish I knew.
they won't tell us. My friends, they won't tell me.
How much do we need to pay to get the secret?
I know.
Any Germans out there, if you know the secret, we would like to know. Yeah, why you guys are so fast. You guys are so good all the time. Okay, so now women's racing. Who do you guys think will do well?
Siobhan and Sophie are kind of killing it this week.
Okay.
They have been doing really well.
Those are their fellow American
Yeah.
teams.
I
also
think
new.
medal potential for sure.
Oh, really?
I think so, yeah.
Okay,
Latvians.
should we place bets or no?
No,
No.
I'm not putting
It's like knock
we're not
on
jinxing
wood,
them or
but
anything. They're going to
We're
do
not
great.
jinxing.
They're going to do great.
Yeah, that's
all
all
we
going to be great. And I feel like something to remember as athletes, you're just looking for 2 clean runs. Like,
Yeah.
like
Yes,
I feel like
exactly.
as spectators, we get excited, but as an athlete, they're just like, just put the sled down the track.
That's what my parents say. That's what my parents say. Just go straight.
Do your parents give you advice before races? No.
They know not to say.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, they're like very like they obviously are encouraging whatever, but like they don't know it. Like so they're just like, you know what, just do your best.
They know enough to
yeah,
step back
yeah.
for the races, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll talk to me after.
Let us do our
They'll let
thing.
me vent to them or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yes.
But they're great.
Isn't that funny? It's like this is your full career,
Yeah.
and like your parents are the person you always usually talk to, but it's such a unique thing.
I'll
that-
tell them stuff. I don't know if they understand it, but you know,
Yeah, that's
they're always there to listen.
I talked to my dad about luge related things like actual sliding, and I talked to my mom about everything else. Yeah, it's a perfect balance.
Smart, very smart. Okay, before I let you guys go, we're trying to get to know people outside of sliding. So tell us a little about what do you both like to do when you're not in the freezing temperatures of Latvia?
My parents moved to Florida, so I really love being in Florida. It's so warm. I like going to Disney once in a while. I have my cats there. They're great.
What are your cats' names?
I have Libby and Lily, and right now I have my cousin's cats, Pumpkin and Felix.
Libby, Lily, Pumpkin, Felix. Are they watching today?
I hope so.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna tell my parents to watch, so they'll be watching.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Great. Maya, what about you?
I don't know. I've been into like crocheting a lot recently.
What are you crocheting?
Just making a bag for one of my friend's birthdays.
Fun.
Yeah.
Okay, fun. Will you show us when it's finished?
Sure,
bring you
yeah.
back on. We could do a whole crochet set.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably the perfect thing to do while you're like waiting for runs and like there's a lot of waiting time in this sport because the sport's only 50 seconds of a run, so probably a lot of sitting and hanging out.
She's made me a couple like cute little things. She made me like a snake, and like she's really good. She's really good.
I would say if I didn't have to wear this, I mean maybe you could
a hat,
you could
yeah.
crochet me a hat and I'll put the FIL.
Well, yeah, there you go.
That would be so cute. Yeah, then you could get paid.
Yeah.
Because I'm wearing your stuff. Yeah.
Sponsor you.
I love that. Okay, fun. So maybe next time you'll show us what you've made. I'm serious. I'm gonna follow up on this. Everyone that's watching, we're all gonna follow up. We're all gonna follow up on your crochet and see what it is. So, anyways, thank you guys so much. Have fun today. Also,
Thank
welcome
you.
Sigulda. Go stay warm.
Yeah, I
Go
know.
back inside. We'll let you go. We'll finish up here, guys. We are getting ready for the doubles race. Women's racing was really exciting. A lot of shuffling that went around on the podium and women moving up and dropping back down. But now we've got doubles, which doubles is really hard on this track. I've personally never done it, but just watching and hearing from everyone else, the transitions are so quick that it's really hard to get their weight switched over. And so I'm excited to watch and we'll see. But I think we have our commentators ready in the booth. I'm trying to remember who's commentating for doubles, but Bree, who are you with and what are you feeling about the race today? I'm going to head out in a little bit, but why don't you finish this for us and continue on into the racing. So anyways, what are you thinking with this doubles race?
Wardrobe Zelensky, Canada, Hong China, Polish, Ukraine, in Czech Republic, of the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Zelensky, Poland, Leader Kanzler, Italy, Leader Grosner, Italy, Shevitz, Krust, Latvia, Gallup Steger, USA, Müller, Forscher, Austria, Holland, Golds, Germany, Gat, Schurz, Austria, Schroeder, Austria, Box, Blumen, Romani, Latvia, Ireland, Germany, Ecuador, Holland, USA, Ever, Vatican, Germany. Starta rekord Fidel Narla, Maia, Italia, Turcio Benedetto. Hasta la llama de los recursos de la casa de la piedra de segundos, de Benedict, das Record Sigulda, das Priesta Parte de Records, Januaris, Checkers Taskforces. More than a dance offensive, the record between the team base, all that is the Russia, the Hallelujah, par ko es esmu ļoti pārliecināts, ka sieviešu divnieku sacensībās pirmo reizi pasaules kausā šeit tas norisināsies uzreiz pēc tam, kad vīri aizvadīs pirmo braucienu, tad arī trasēs dosies dāmu divnieku, un tad tā kā tās ir pirmās pasaules kausa sacensības, tad pirmā ekipāža, kas finišēs, arī uzrādīs jaunu trases rekordu. Tur trases rekordu būs ļoti daudz, bet jautājums vai kāds šodien pārspējas Egēns Benikens ir ļoti labu rekordu, un apsacensības un tas laiks, cik ātri tas ir šodien, to jau ir pierādījis, bet kā nebūtu. So with the second podium number, Kevin Sager, and after them, podium number is from Germany. Thank you. Air minus 8.7, ice minus 10, and tires minus 10.9. Guys, tempo minus 8.4 settimi, all'adus minus decimi, il punto d'opzione per avere le spiesas, di minus 20 e della minus decimi. Total is minus decimi, Thomas David.
Bet, ja tu visu mūžu spēlē pauzītēs, tad tev vajag sākt par DJ pauzītē, ne? DJ pauzītē. Es būtu apakaļ reāli. Ne draudi, bet apsolu. Jo mēs būsim labi vairāk nosalūti. Mums ir sildītājs. Sveiciens sildītājam. Tās labās emocijas kopā būšana, tas jau ir tas siltums, vai ne? Tas ir tas svarīgais! Lai mums labi startī! Sveiciet Siguldā!
Attention, we have 5 minutes till start. 5 minutes till start, 5 minutes till start. drīz laižam vaļā pirmais brauciens vīru divniekiem, 18 ekipāžas un pirmie trasē dosies tie, kas vakar nāciju kausā piedalījās. Attiecīgi kanādieši Bartovs Janskī atklās sacensības viņu vakar nāciju kausā uzrādīt sliktāko rezultātu, bet līderis Heinz Valders no Itālijas Jūra šīs padomu atbalstīti un apzināti izcīnīja uzvaru nāciju kausā. Vakardien no Latvija pateica, ka Sigulda tieši viņiem atšķirībā no daudziem ir viena no mīļākajām trasēm. Viņiem šeit ļoti patīk braukt. Viņi ar 7. kārtas uzvaroties trasēm. Un, kā 9. redzēsim latviešus Ševiču, Mikališeviču un Krastu, un kā 15. Botu un Plūmi.
Is it 102? No, what's the time right now?
Tā uzlīdu trasē, manotāji. Lūdzu visiem atbrīvot trasē. Everybody clear the track, please.
Šobrīd skatoties uz Latvijas sportistu sasniegumiem, šajā sezonā labāko līdz šodien uzrādīja Mārtiņš Balts Roberts Plūme, sprintā izbrukā izcīnot otro vietu. Sieviešu divniekā Andūtīte Sani Ozoliņa 3. vietā arī sprintā izbrukā un stafetes sacensībās Vistlarā Latvijas komandai Elīniem Vito, Vistlarā par jodu Mārtiņš Balts Roberts Plūme sudrabs un šodien sudraba medaļu pievienoja arī Elīniem Vito sieviešu viennieku sacensībās.
Lūdzu visiem atbrīvot trasē, everybody clear the track, please. Lūdzu visiem atbrīvot trasē, everybody clear the track, please. And track is clear for Bartovs Janskī. Trasa brīva.
All right, that was exciting racing from the women's doubles. Men's doubles started us off, and then women's doubles. We saw some pretty good carnage there. This track can get intense, especially at the bottom of the track. And also, doubles is just difficult to do in general. They're a lot more top heavy, so those transitions, they can't really lay through them as easily as the singles guys can. So just a totally different ball game in terms on a double sled. But we do have some people that are willing to talk to us. It's a little bit vacant here at the finish, but one of our friends, Anton Dukac, I'm going to wave him over, but that heater is really nice. Anton, come join me. We're lucky they have heaters out there. Was it warm over there?
Yeah, much warmer than here.
So this is Anton Dukac with Team Ukraine. Had his best finish yesterday in Nations Cup. How did it go? Tell the fans, tell all your family about it.
Hi, I'm Anton. Yesterday was a good run and my personal best, and the track was pretty good. Track routed, perfect job. And today we saw a lot of track records. So yesterday was my first medal in Sigulda, not from Ukrainian championships, as we always have here in Sigulda.
Okay, this is a massive deal. Nations Cup is the pre-qualifier getting into the World Cup. So you finished third, right?
Yeah, I finished third with same time like Svante from Sweden showed.
What are you going to do with your medal?
I'll show to everyone that it's cool.
It's a big deal. So we know obviously what's going on in Ukraine. The whole world knows what's going on in Ukraine, but yet we still have the Ukrainian team with us traveling, competing. We're so lucky to have you guys on tour. How are you able to do it with your family back home and being able to travel this much? Has it been hard for the team?
For the team, it's not so hard, but we have this background, we have war, we every time thinking about this and trying to help our people who in Ukraine, as well my friends and classmates from school, from university, who are fighting for our country, who protect us, to give us chance to compete, to train, to have this to do that we did before.
I was talking to your coach in the first half, and he was mentioning how the Ukrainians didn't come to North America to save money for your younger athletes to have a program in the future. Do you think you would ever get into coaching or to help these younger athletes?
You never know. Maybe next year's we'll see. But yeah, we skipped this North American World Cups to help our youth team to preparing Youth Olympics next year in Korea, and a lot of countries helping us always in different countries as well, Austria, Germany. So
you would be a great coach. I mean, look at this patch. Do you see this? Zoom in right here. Olympian. Anton Dukac, Olympian. He's like, yeah, that's what's up. Really quick, we're trying to learn about athletes outside of the sport. What are your favorite things to do when you're not sliding?
I like to play billiard, pool. Yeah, with my friend when we come to Ukraine, and we try to play when we have time. Now it's much harder, but previously, last year, it was a good hobby.
My friends back home, they also play pool, but they place a lot of bets. They make a lot of money. Do you hustle your friends and make money?
No, just for fun.
You're a nice guy.
Thank you.
Nice guy, great. Thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow. Any predictions on how you will do? Besides medal, but you know.
I wish I'll have a good run, clean run in Sigulda. It's very difficult, but I will try.
Thank you so much. Watch for Anton tomorrow. See ya. Thank you. Incredible athlete, best finish within Nations Cup. Super cool. We've got another friend that's going to join us. Kristaps Marins used to compete with Latvia. This is so fun that you guys will just come talk to me. We're grateful. So this is for the FIL studio show. Pretty much we're getting all the behind the scenes of Luge, and we're trying to make Luge incredibly fascinating because it is Incredibly. Yeah. So, Kristaps Marins, how long did you compete for until you've switched over to the coaching side?
I started Luge in 2001 and I ended my career after Pyeongchang Games. I didn't qualify for them, so there was like a moment what to do next, and I got a good offer from Federation to start like a team manager in the national team, so I worked there 4 years. I was a little bit, it was too hard to travel around, and then my wife of course stays at home, and then after games in Beijing, I talked with Federation and I said, it's enough, maybe I can move to the office. So they offered me a Secretary General. Yeah, and there was, of course, there was a board election, and then I got this position, and now I'm Secretary General and organizing with my team this event and next week as well.
Is it hard, like, seeing your teammates compete but you're not competing? Like, do you wish you were on the sled this weekend?
No, because the ice for me would be too fast. I'm not ready. I could start from core 9, maybe.
Same.
Yeah, so we can make a race.
So, okay, so for any Latvians that are watching, how do Latvians get involved in a sliding sport? Like, it's a pretty random sport to some people. So how did you get involved in coming to the track?
When I was a kid, I got a good friend, a neighbor, and he used to do the luge sport. So he asked me come to the training and see what will happen. And then I go there, I like it. Then I went home, I told my mom and dad, I will go to luge. They said, are you crazy? No, because from side it looks dangerous. But I'm in the luge sport for more than 20 years. Thank you to my neighbor.
Isn't it crazy how some of us got involved in this sport and now it's a full-blown career for you? It's super cool. So how do you feel Latvia is doing on the home track? I feel we had Vitola do so well, and you're currently leading in the women's race. Are you excited?
Yeah, of course. Looks like the coaches did very good homework, because we had a short training days between Christmas and New Year. So far so good.
It's always fun to be on a home track, and it's such an advantage to you Latvians because this track is very difficult. So it works in your advantage to kind of be sliding here. So for you, what's next for you? Do you want to stay coaching with the team, or do you want to move on to different pastures, I guess?
I think I will stay in this position, that I can be in the luge sport, organizing events or helping to organize the accommodation, flights and everything for the national team, and I could stay at home.
That's true. And really quick, what's your favorite thing to do outside of sliding when you're not at the track? I know you love to be at the track, yeah, but what do you love outside of this?
Actually, I with my friends and wife started to play disc golf this spring. Fun. Yeah, so it's exciting. It's for free. You just need to buy your discs, and then you can go around in Latvia and play the disc golf.
And it seems like this would be a perfect place. It's so beautiful here, and in the summer, I know winter's beautiful, but summer
is summer.
Summer is super nice. Well, anyways, thank you so much for joining us. What are your predictions going into the second run for the Latvians?
Hopefully we will hear 2-time Latvian anthem.
Hey, I haven't heard. Can you sing it for us?
I won't do that.
I almost got you.
When will be the moment I will sing.
Okay, perfect. I almost got you so much. Thank you so much, Kristaps Marins, Latvian luge team, now coach, and now you're going to build the Latvian program. You're the guy that's going to create the team.
I will try.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you so much. Bye, Kristaps. Appreciate it. I almost got him. Bye, Kristaps. I almost got him to sing the Latvian national anthem. I don't know the Latvian national anthem. I would have loved that. That would have made our highlight reel. Super cool. I don't know the time. Let me check my phone really quick. But we're going to take 5 minutes, and then we're going to come back and get you guys ready for the second run. It's going to be a lot of fun. So anyways, we're going to take a little 5-minute break, and we'll come back for you guys.
套热，我感觉脱了外套热不开了。
Sigulda. Tā, ja tu netiks mājās, brauc ciemos. Tā, vasaras dziesma viena, ne? Ja tev ģimenīs, tomēr mēs šodien spiedīsim uz letiņiem.
Okay, the most common question I get in all my life is, what are you guys even doing on a sled? Is it even hard to drive a sled? And right now it's so cold, so it's going to be hard to really put these words out of my mouth because it's so freezing here. But welcome to Luge 101. Let's enter the classroom of a luge sled. So This is a beloved sled. Luckily we found one so we can show you. Usually if this was, and this will not be racing in the World Cup, that's why we're able to look at it, because athletes really protect their sled and don't let anyone look at it. So we are lucky that we have a sled to look at. So let's go through the anatomy of a Schlitten really quick, the German word for sled. So these are Kuffens, these little curly guys. We have our runners underneath, our steels are the metal guys under there. We have our bridges right in here, and then this is our pod with handles. So this whole machine is how these athletes get down the track going 80 miles an hour. So here's the thing about it, is every country has different technology and how they build their sleds. It's not like you can go to Honda and be like, hey, we want to buy the same sled as everyone else. Everyone actually makes their sled to them. So usually if you see sleds on TV, you'll see that all of this is covered. So you're not able to see really what's going on or what they're building inside of the sled. So for all intents and purposes, here's just a basic setup. So first, driving. How do you get a sled down a track? And yes, I'm here to inform you, we are not just laying there on the sled. There's a lot happening going down the track. Just want to fix my hair for a second so it's not in my face. So with this sled, this is how you drive. There's 4 ways to drive a sled. I'm gonna put my glove back on before I get frostbite out here. There's 4 ways to drive a sled. You drive with your head, your shoulders, your hands, and your feet. So when someone is laying in a sled, actually maybe I'll just lay in a sled. I haven't laid in a sled in a while, so it might be easier to explain if I'm sitting in it. So when an athlete is laying down and they come into a curve, they're first gonna turn their head, which then pushes their shoulder. So when they come into a curve, they turn their head, push their shoulder, pull this handle, and then drive with the outside foot. So each drive is like a certain degree or hardness, I guess, in a drive. So some curves require all 4 steers. Some curves require just a nice little head roll. Some curves and down the straightaways require just your hand. So the really good athletes are the ones that you can't tell that anything is happening. If you see an athlete kind of shifting around and they're like wiggling around, that's when you know that, I don't know, maybe they're not comfortable in the sled, and that's when the sled can actually go really slow. So when they're coming down, the whole point of getting down a track is which algorithm of steers it takes to get down every curve, and you have to memorize every single curve and how to do it, and you only have 50 seconds to figure this out. So there's a lot of pre-race prep. There's a lot of mind runs that athletes will do to kind of get themselves ready to go down a track. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else that you should know about a sled. Okay, really quick, I want to talk about runners. This is also really important. While we're here and while we have a sled, this is what athletes work on the most, okay? So these runners right here, they're actually angled into the ice. They're not just flat. This is how athletes have grip into the ice. So think about it, it's kind of like skis. You know how when skiers will do pizza, it's kind of the same thing. So the inside edge is angled down, and that's how they have the most amount of grip. So athletes will spend hours sanding these steels just back and, I mean, this is PTSD doing this for you, but it's just back and forth all day. Sometimes dripping sweat because you're working so hard, your hands are black, and they'll normally start at a lower grit of sandpaper, work it all the way up until these babies are mirrors, and that's what coaches want to see. So if there's ever rust here, you get in trouble. You're never allowed to see rust on these steels. And yeah, so there's just a whole art, there's a whole science on how people do their steel work. And every country does it differently, and everybody likes different grip. Everybody likes, it's really particular to what athletes, to how they slide. And then here's another point right here. Here's a little, we call these gummies. I don't know if you can see, but this is kind of like a suspension. This is how the sled feels, how soft it is, how it reacts. And so there's just a whole formula on how to put these bad boys together, and then there's a whole other formula on how to get it down the track. So I know when you're watching races, you just see athletes going through the same curves, but Welcome back to our FIL studio show. I am sitting on the very coveted first place Erste Platz finish up here, and it's just nice to kind of take this in for a second because a lot of people never get to spend time up here, and the lights are nice. You just feel kind of special sitting here. But anyways, this is where we're going to see all of our doubles teams up here at the end. And also, I just kind of like the feel of an intimate studio show. I wish we could just travel with this type of setting everywhere we go. But before we get into this, I'm trying to think what I want to talk to you guys about. Okay, so we're introducing the second run of the doubles. I want to talk about really quick why doubles is so important for the sport, especially women's doubles. So this is the first year that women's doubles have been on the senior circuit. They just recently announced that they will have the women's doubles discipline in Milan Cortina. And so all these women decided to jump on a double sled. Some of them had never done it before. They're sliding both singles and doubles just because it's another medal opportunity for women in the sport. So it's kind of been a long time coming for these women to be able to kind of have the same equality as men and the same amount of opportunity. So it's a big deal. So that's why we see a lot of these women are younger, sometimes 10 plus year younger than the other men's discipline, some of the other men's teammates, I guess you could say. So it's kind of cool and interesting to see this kind of mix of teams coming in and also to see the women just dominating from the same start height as the men. It's different in singles. The women's singles go from a lower start. The men's singles go from the top of the track. But to have women's and men doubles go from the same place, I just think is, I don't know if I can say this on air, but it's really bitchin' if you ask me. I think it's really awesome. So anyways, we're going to jump to our commentators in the studio if they're there. But also, since we're here, let me just take a detour. If you can follow me. Look, can we just look at these medals really quick? Because I think they're super fun and super cool. Take a look at that. Nice piece of gold hardware. I always wonder, for the ones that win a bunch of medals, where do they put all these bad boys? Do they put them in their sock drawer? Do they just, I don't know, frame it? And I know the Germans just collect house when they come to these races. So kind of fun. So they'll get these sweet medals when they win. And then also this super cool trophy. So I just love showing off the hardware, what they're all looking for. And hopefully, like Kristaps Marin said, we'll be able to hear 2 Latvian anthems today. Unfortunately, we couldn't get him to sing it for us, but that would have been awesome. But we're going to head into our second run. I'm really excited. Latvians have been throwing down today. We'll see what happens. Hopefully they can keep shiny side down, as we like to say in Luge. But for my commentators in the booth, what do you have for me? What do you guys feel headed into this second run? What do you think?
Skaļi atbalstīgi DJam Egonam Reideram, tad to kārtīgi iesildīja publiku. Un paldies Egonam tev par to, ka ir kaut kas pasaulē liktīgāks par Covid-19, tad tas noteikti kviesmā. Paldies, ka pēc ikdienas sākam otru braucienu. Skatoties uz pirmo braucienu, kuriem tad bija realizētas programmas, jaunīgi trases, ceremoniju Maņa Baltā Bulēna, 115 km stundā. Lielākais absolūts lielākais trešās vietas cīnītājiem bija Aizsauvēl no Itālijas, 115,4 un 115,1. Otrās vietas cīpašniekiem vāciešiem Veinlam Arunam. Savukārt startā vislabāk sevi ir arī Itālijas sportisti Rīvers un Rasners. Ļoti tuvu klases rekordām tikai 1000, klases starta rekordām 1000 tikai atlika. Finišēja viņa 8. vietā pirmajā braucienā, bet uzrādīja labāko starta laiku. Otrs labākais starts Veinlam Arunam no Vācijas. Viņa 2. vietā, 51 sekunde, un Rīvers Aizsauvēls no Itālijas uzrādīja 3. labāko starta laiku. No starta rekords joprojām kāpināts 8. janvārī, un uzrādīja Nagos Malajers. To arī vēl ir iespējas šodien pārspēt 2. braucienā. Un cerams, ka vienīgie, kuriem izdosies trasē, būs bloks ar pulmi 41:36.
Lūdzu, visiem Angļu trasē, everyone declare the track, please. And it will start 1 minute. And at the culture, please get ready to set the track. Lūdzu, visiem Angļu trasē, everyone declare the track, please.
Sveiciens Tomam Kramniekam un visai viņa dēļas nododošiem tam atbalstīt. Platformās, un bots ar plūnieku pēc pirmā brauciena atzina, ka pirmkārt jau skatītāji dzer uz priekšu, tā kā skatītāji roboti jūs ļoti labi dzird un jūs zināsiet, ko darīt, tad, kad trasēdosies bots ar plūmi, bet par pašu braucienu ir vēl daudz, kur pielikt. Ledus ir ciets, tas pieļauj mazas kļūdītas, bet pašiem gribās nobraukt tā, lai tā sajūta, ka bija ļoti labs brauciens, un to, protams, arī novēlam arī dzirdēt labus vārdus pēc tam arī pēc sacensību intervijā. Nu ko, jau pavisam drīz gaidām otro braucienu.
Lūdzu, visiem Angļu trasē, everybody clear the track, please. And track is clear for cut shop. You're welcome.
Jā, skaidrs dienas, 7. janvāris, sacensību diena šeit, Siguldas trasē noslēgusies, protams, vēl pasaules kausā. Gan rītdiena, gan arī visi nākamā nedēļas nogal. Nākamā nedēļa sportisti darbības, protams, treniņu braucienus, bet mūsu sportistus redzēsim arī nākamā nedēļa, un īpaši jau tāpēc, ka Eiropas čempionāti vienlaicīgi būs arī šīs sacensības, tiks sadalīts pēc arī Eiropas ieskaitē. Un rītdienas plāniņš mums ir 10 no rīta, esam klāt šeit.
Some more minutes.
Thank you.
Paldies! Otrā sacensību diena šeit ir noslēgusies, lai jums skaists sēdienas vakars. Tāpat vēl gana daudz interesantu braucienu šeit Sigultas trasē.
You like this track, or was it a little scary? Because this was the first time at this height, right?
Start from the top.
We're going to start from this height.
Sorry, guys.
So is it not?
Yeah, no, it's good. We're good.
Do whatever you want.
Okay.
So is the sound still working?
Let them get comfortable.
Hi. This is great. We can. Is the sound good still?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm so sorry. We're going to riff it again. Oh my goodness, congratulations for the women's race American athletes. This was such a big deal. So we were just talking about previously how last year it was technically still a senior level race, but you were racing with juniors. Now you're racing with the big girls from a higher start height, which I feel is terrifying. Was it scary for you guys, or what did you guys think?
It was definitely a thrill. It was a good race.
A thrill. Did you guys hear that? Just a thrill. What about you?
Last season we were definitely hoping for the start heights to be moved up, and it makes it feel so much more real.
And you're going, I mean, you think about for singles, women go a little bit lower than the men, but you guys are going the same height as the men. And we were talking to some coaches yesterday, and they were in the transition. Which transition is that? 13, yeah, they were like, it's a little nerve-wracking watching the women go through this transition. How was the transition for you guys?
For the race, it was really good. We had a little bit of trouble at the start of the week, but we cleaned it up and kept it together, so I was happy with it.
Okay, so you're going to call your parents. Well, they're probably watching. Do you want to say hi to your parents real quick?
Hey, Mom.
Hello.
Hello, babushka. Здравствуйте.
You're going to call them after this. What are you going to say? This is such a big deal.
Well, I don't need to tell them anything. They already saw what happened, but I'm going to say, hey, it happened. This is our very first silver medal. Last year when we did get a medal, it was only bronze. So this is our very first silver medal.
And on one of the hardest tracks in the world. Can you explain really quick what makes this track so difficult?
It's the quick transitions between curves. The next curve comes so fast that it's so hard to get your body weight over in time. So it's so hard to make those smooth, and it just makes it so quick.
And what does it feel like on the bottom part? I know she can see most things, but on the bottom, is it hard to switch your weight for you?
I mean, you just definitely have to be ready for it and know what you're doing. Like there's, all week, there's a straightaway right before curve 15, which is a real head kicker. Every day in the straightaway, I was like, okay, my head's got this, my head's got this. Nope. 15's just one of those curves that takes you.
Okay, describe, people don't understand losing your head. They want to hear it from you instead of me. How terrifying is that?
Mm-hmm. Well, luckily,
first walk them through what that means to lose your head, like really put into perspective what it feels like.
So essentially, we have a lot of G-force, and the sled ends at the back of our shoulders, so our head is all free will. And when there's so much G-force, our necks, we build them to be strong, but they can only be so strong for certain...
It's an unfair amount of G-force in curve 15.
So what some of us athletes do is we wear a neck strap, which is a strap attached to our thighs under our suit, and then we connect it to our helmet. Luckily for Siobhan, I am her neck strap. She just rests her head on my chest, and we just take 15.
And then you go blind, essentially coming out of 15. So when you're resting on your your bottom woman, excuse me, are you still able to see a little bit, or is it pretty?
You are a little bit. It's probably the best position you can be in. But once the G-forces end in curve 15, because you're sort of fighting it, you can feel the pressure on your head. There's like a want to kind of kick your head back up when the pressure's gone. And so it's kind of tricky to keep it back and keep relaxed.
Unbelievable. Well, congratulations on silver. Lucky for you, we're here next week too. So we might see you guys collect a whole nother bouquet of flowers. Put these in water. Make sure they last through the week. But congratulations. Any last thing you want to say to everyone watching at home?
Thank you guys so much for all your support. We love having you guys around, and we appreciate you a lot. Go Team USA!
There you go. All right. Thank you guys. We'll let you guys go. Maybe we can rope in the Germans for a second. Yes. Go get warm. It's way too cold out here. Yes. Go put a jacket on. Wow. What a big deal, and what a big feeling, I guess, to feel this is their best medal that they've had so far. We'll see if we can rope over the Germans. The Americans are excited back there. But it's just fun racing for women's and doubles. My friends, hi. I get to talk to you every race because you guys do so well every race. How many medals have you collected this year so far?
Oh, I have to count. I don't know.
That's a good answer. That's the answer you want. How did this race feel for you guys, and do you like this track?
It feels amazing. Like we've had some problems in training. It's my first time competing here. I've been here before, but it was my first competition. So I'm kind of happy that it went well. There's still room for like getting better for next week for the European Championships.
So next week is European Championships. That's going to be a big week. How did the track feel for you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, it's outside, it's cold, it's ice.
All the same. You're like another day in the office. You're like,
yeah. Oh, it's cold. Yeah. I mean, next week it's a bit warmer. I think. Hopefully, it's so freezing. It's
They were talking about some of the coaches how these transitions are so fast and how they get nervous watching the women's doubles because it's a new start height. It's faster. Were you guys intimidated at all when coming here?
Yes.
You are. Yeah. How about from the bottom?
Sorry.
From the bottom, were you also like nervous?
A little bit. Not so. Yeah.
You seem like chill, like nothing could bother you. Is this true?
Yeah.
You're just like, yeah, life. Yeah, it's just sliding. It's so simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. This is probably why you guys make such a good team. So next week we'll be here. Are you excited to stay at the same track, or do you wish we were going somewhere else?
It's good to don't have that we don't have to travel anywhere. It's just 2 days out of everything. We can do basically anything we want for 2 days and not just sit in the airport on the airplane or something. So that feels nice to just explore maybe Riga or something. So.
And it must feel nice. I mean, you guys are so talented on every track that you're on, especially with Germany. You guys have 4 tracks that you get to learn. So, but to be able to slide so well on a foreign track must feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard track for everyone, and we see that the Latvians do pretty well here. It's their home track. I'm quite happy for them that they won. Yeah, why not?
I've never heard the national anthem before for Latvia.
Maybe I've heard it, but a long time ago.
I mean, I hear the German national. I could sing your guys's. I could harmonize your guys' national anthem. I hear it so often. So nice. I'm very happy for you. I am happy the Latvians, we get to see some different colors, but I know that you guys will do so well for the rest of the season. What's your favorite track that you're looking forward to for the rest of the season?
My home track.
Remind me what your home track is.
Winterberg.
Oh, yeah.
Races.
So she's excited. My favorite thing about Winterberg are the waffles that you guys have at the track.
They're her mother's.
Yeah.
Those waffles are your mother's?
Yeah. The kiosk in the seal area is my mom.
Okay, everyone watching, when you come to Winterberg, is there a name for the stand, the kiosk?
Rosie's.
Okay, Rosie's. Okay, I'm going to tell everyone to go visit Rosie. Go visit your mom. Okay, everyone watching on the studio show, when we go to Winterberg, go visit her mom. She has the best waffle with the Nutella and all the things. Yeah, she knows. It's a secret family recipe, right? Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. Congratulations this week. We'll see you next week. Enjoy your time in Riga and not sitting on a plane.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you have anything in German you'd like to say to everyone watching at home?
Danke fürs Zuschauen und noch ein gesundes neues Jahr.
Genau. Nach Hause.
Same. Cool. Have fun. Bye, guys. Okay, what a great first day of racing. We knocked women's out. We had men's doubles and women's doubles. And tomorrow, we've got the big boys. We're going from the top of the track. It's going to be fast. It's going to be intense. So we've got men's, and then we've got our relay as well, which is always everyone's favorite event. So we're really excited. But that's going to close off our first day here in Sigulda. My name is Kate. It's been so fun today, and it's just really cold, so it's time to go in. If you can't see this, it's time to go in and just get warm and actually feel my toes again for the day. So anyways, that's it for the FI studio. We will see you back tomorrow. Don't go anywhere, and bye.